it keeps going, guys. And it keeps going, guys. We're on the Interstate 5. Interstate 5, I believe the next exit off the 223. Here's the rest right here, guys.
Let's see what Karen is up to today. We've collected the craziest moments of Karen's who've actually got them in some pretty sticky situations. Karen has a complete meltdown in public over another woman being there.
You keep lying saying I'm threatening you, so I'm recording to protect myself. Yeah. Crazy lady. She attacked me, so I say I text her. You come, look, get away from me! Oh, y'all better get this lady! Away from me! You go. Look at this. Yes, can y'all get her away from me? Get her away from me! Get her away from me! Get her away from me! No, I gotta just protect myself.
Imagine going to the beach to have fun and you wanted to ditch racist Karen.
You have a section party in the pool.
Racist Karen lives near Lakewood, Colorado.
You can't just record me. I live here. Nowhere where you ever came back.
Bye-bye with the cops you go.
Well, you're not getting a gentleman by yelling like that, Karen.
Show me which one of you is going to be a gentleman. Show me. Are there no gentlemen left in this? Are there no ladies left in this world?
Next, the dude who's defending the workers from her tyranny.
I'm so tired of ignorant people like you coming in here talking bad about the workers. That's why you can't get workers. Who wants to sit here and listen to come in here and talk to them? Let that man work. That man ain't calling you no wrong. He's going to bed. It doesn't matter what I like. I can tell you don't like it. Well, too bad. Go someplace else. Go to Burger King. Have it your way. Have it your way, Burger King. Shut the up. I just said that I just shut the up. I don't care who you call. I could care less. You call. You call. You say representative. here. Get out. Get out. Get out. Get out. Get out. Now. Get out. Get out. Get out. Get out, baby. Get out. Get out. Get out. Get out, please. 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 I am going to call cops if you do not get out, please. Get out. 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 Come on. Get out. Get out, baby. Get out. I'm asking you to get out. I'm asking you to get out, please. Get out. Get out the room. Get out. I'm asking you what to do. Get out. Get out. Get out, baby. Get out, please. Get out, please. Get out, please. Get out. Get out, please. 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 Get out. Get out. Get out. Get out.
Karen has a problem with gay couples.
Why is it? Because you're my children. You ate so much. I'm recording it all day. Oh, sweetheart. No, no. Okay. You should be sitting here talking to you this way. Yes, no, it's not you.
Enough from Karen's shenanigans. But she never chooses to let it leave.
You think we're all crazy, but you don't let me out.
You are so sweet to me like that. I'm sorry, but you apologize for telling me I'm crazy. And stand back.
I'll give you a flat. What are you doing? What's going on?
Stop shouting at
What?
me. And bring them on in and see what's going on. This is all I ask. You're upsetting me. You're really upsetting me.
I'm recording all of this, by the way. This is absolutely crazy.
I'm glad.
Let me out of your flat.
When
Oh, my days. Please, look. I'm leaving. Look, what are you doing? Look.
take your hands off me.
What are you doing? What is...
Now, ask him on the intercom what is going on, which is what I asked you in the first step.
I'm very confused.
I'm very clear. Just come around if there's anybody else.
Right, where's the intercom then? Let's go. Come on. Yeah. Right, well, set up for me. Set up for me, but I don't know how to use that.
Set it up.
Set up for me. Crazy. Sorry. Yeah, you heard me.
It looks like Darren pretty much threw himself out of the store. Does Karen really think causing a ruckus at an airport will win her any favors?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Dirtball Karen somehow snuck out of the airplane.
Shut up! Yo! You're in the ruler trip! Down! One down, please. Only something on the big performances. One down. Shut up! So weed! Who cares? Everybody stop smoking! Shut up! Got beat you. Shut up! The rest of in Orlando. Let's go! Damn, man. Should have drove. Should have taken the bus. Put her under those flies. Back. You don't have a boyfriend.
This is the captain, we all passengers seated, so we can return to the gate.
This Karen stays off the dominance, but Karen little golf balls did not return them.
God, I'm the super. Calling the cops is not on my radar. Okay, I don't care who you're talking to. You were screaming at me for like 3 minutes straight. I know the. You're the only one talking. You're the only one talking. Okay, I have nothing there. She won't. That's what she wants. That's why she said anyway, so I'm the pig.
It's typical Karen to make the guy bring back to the car.
Look what the f you did to my car.
You did
You
your
backed
car.
into my car.
I backed into your car?
Yes, you did.
Yeah.
You act like you didn't.
Okay. Okay.
I swear to God.
I backed into your car, huh?
God know my ugly.
Oh,
You
okay.
using your white f***ing privilege
Uh-huh.
to try to call my, you backed into my
Okay.
car. You
Okay.
tried to run my boyfriend over.
Look, she
You tried to run
she
me
hit me
over.
right here.
I sure did.
Look, oh,
I
she
sure
tried to
did.
hit me again.
I did.
There she
Look
tried
at
to
my
hit
f***ing car.
there she
Look at
tried
my
to hit me
fucking
again.
car. This is my
So,
Get the f*** out of my face. Get the Joe, you think it's a
what,
joke?
what she
You a
said,
coward.
she'll stab me with her tweezers, is what she said. So she has a weapon in her hand.
Did you hit my car again?
She has a weapon in her hand. So, I'm gonna get in my car because she has a weapon. Because she has a weapon in her hands. She wants to. She's gonna try to. Are you gonna try to run me over?
That's right.
Are
You
you?
tried to run me over.
Okay.
Karen throws a tantrum over a $10 bill at Arby's.
Okay. For your bag. We're giving you your refund, sir.
Yeah, I understand. My refund, he gave me the right change.
What was your order?
It was a double, it was a Coke, okay?
You only have your order? Okay.
It's a number 199.49 cents, $9.67. And you're gonna try to give me $6. Yeah, you have a serious problem. You don't know how to run a place.
Oh, you don't? If you don't have your order,
That's correct, I'm not.
exactly.
Damn right. You believe this?
Hey,
man, I'm not involved, brother. Hey, you. You got run to the place. All right, well, you. Call, please call. Call the police, I'm not gonna go anywhere, my name is Jeff. I'm not doing that, call the police. Call the police. You're just the other side, I just. You never seen nothing like it. I know. I see it on YouTube or TikTok or something. I see it in person, so it's the first time for everything. those that were trafficked right there on that flag. Deja vu. Everybody just throws from that plane to where it's not deja vu. They can't. There's getting traffic from around the world. Hashtag taken. Another Friday.
It looks like this couple didn't realize that Karen was living next door.
Hey, in our new subdivision, House Columbus, Georgia.
Are you automatically assuming it's a daycare for this African American? If you saw a coroner, if you saw a coroner that has been a death in my family, my niece is dead. So therefore, we have family out of town. We have military people that's in our family. My mother, my father, my sister's father, we are close to family. So what you will not do is disrespect this house. Well, we pay. What you will not do, no, you can. That's fine. You know what? You know what? Oh, I've been waiting to want to put down. I've been waiting to want to see. I've been waiting to want to see. So what? Don't disrespect her. Don't disrespect her. No, that's what she wants you to do. Don't give her what she wants. What you will not do. Yeah, so you can march back to your residence. You go back to your residence. Fine. Go ahead. Go ahead. And I got you on camera. Bye. 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 Karma. Nothing? Are you threatening me? Are you threatening me and my family? We're not the typical African Americans. So what? I'm always being black. So what? So what? So what? We're the real Jews. We're the real Jews. This is harassment.
This Karen was called duty for the police at the grocery store and then panicked when the cops were called.
I'll shoot the fuck out of you. You can't open my bag. I'll shoot the fuck out of you. You can't open my bag. That's the best thing to do. You're gonna wonder why. I got nothing in my bag. Yo, what? Well, I can't have that energy with me. I would have smoked the on my soul, I'm feeling. I would have smoked her. I would have smoked her in here, man. This would have been a one below. On my soul. One below. On my soul.
Why she had that energy? Oh my God, bro.
Those few moments they count.
You losing your job? You're a little bozo. I'm gonna return it. Bozo. Quick. Yeah, quick.
The airport meeting is just echoed by the cheering of the pronouns.
You just missed internet again. Multiple times. Broken hard. Well, she did do it. You said she and then you said she did.
started at this like to continue doing the
Karen learns what happens when you share your kid and old parts. This Karen tries to be all tough and picks a fight with random passengers on a plane and learns a little lesson.
For sure, man. Yeah, for sure, man. We'll get out there. We'll get your camera, right?
When we get off, hey, get your up. Yeah, get on camera. I told y'all to record that, right? I'm begging you guys to off, begging. Just let me smash. Why you making me going like this, man? See ya. Hey. Let me finish. What happened? Yeah, I know.
Looks like someone's going to Wobble Home tonight with 1-2. Engaging Karen at the gym thinks that he can bully other people who were taking too long.
Why do you like doing that? You can't do that. Hour, you look like. Hour ago, you haven't done. Well, you've been on your phone for half an hour. Wait for 30 minutes, bro. Talk to them. Yeah, bro. That's an hour. You haven't done. One step. You said one step. You said one step a couple minutes ago.
Karen yells at the top of his lungs while running around and unbuttoning his shirt at the grocery store.
That's the stuff. You talking about
Yo, is my car ready?
Karen chases down the soldier just to be racist to him.
What language is that, sir? What language are you speaking? What language are you speaking? Arabic? And you're in the U.S. Army? You're a U.S. citizen? We need the border protected. That's your job. What? Our border protected. Do you understand what's going on the border? Yeah. We have illegal aliens pouring over the border. It's your job to secure our border. I'm a reporter. We have First Amendment. Did you know our First Amendment? You don't know the First Amendment. What country are you from? I'll find out who you are, man. I'll have you kicked out of the military if I want. Yep. Are you a U.S. citizen? I'll find out. You're a traitor. Scumbag. Get out of my country. You see that, guys? Look, that guy's in the Army. Check that out, guys. This guy's in the Army, and he's speaking Arabic. And it won't say if he's a U.S. citizen. You get a picture of this guy. Unbelievable. Refused to talk to me. He got mad because I'm videoing him. He doesn't respect our First Amendment.
This Tesco worker just snatched the customer's groceries away because he just assumed that the customer didn't pay.
Yeah. I will show you that I paid for you fool. And if you ever grab me like that again, there'll be trouble. Do I look like I need to steal cereal, you idiot? You're an idiot. Come on, idiot. Come on, idiot. Come on, idiot. Excuse me. Did you just see me pay for these items? Because listen, don't speak. You've already spoken too much. That machine said it doesn't fit the seat. Did you not see me shop and pay for those items? I paid for the items. Apologise. Thank you. I'm glad you're sorry. And next time, listen to me. Listen. Don't touch me. Listen very carefully. Listen very carefully. Are you listening? The next time, listen. Are you listening to me? The next time you incorrectly assume somebody's stolen something, you don't walk up behind them and grab the items out of their hand. Do you understand? Do you understand? I am not happy at all. If you did that in a public street, and you have no right to do it. Come outside, and I want you to.
I'll do that. Apologize for you. No, I'll
Get your
apologize.
hands off me.
I'll apologize.
Am I being detained?
No, I'll
Move
apologize.
out of the way. I would like you to go out there and make it clear that you made a mistake.
Karen gets thrown out of the store for harassment.
Talk it up to me, sir. Don't touch me. Because if you touch me, you're going to jail. Okay? Because you followed me for over a half a mile down the road for what? Now say hi because I have over 10 million followers.
Take your 10 million followers
Okay.
and shut the up.
You got me up.
Then you mind your own business.
All right. Call the police.
If you ain't done that, the first play,
Hey, you better.
you and I some crazy
All right. So, yeah, just go ahead.
You're on business.
Hey, you touch me, it's over for you. Tell him to leave your store. Because he's going to me at this point.
Yeah, dude. Today, we're going to deciding that they can just take things from the store without paying. This dude tries to walk out of the grocery store with a full cart of stuff that he hasn't paid a single penny for.
You gonna pay for that? You gonna pay for that? When? You gonna pay for it? Come on, bud. Come on.
Get out.
All right.
Get out.
Take your and go.
Looks like someone's a little too upset after getting exposed for stealing.
Was in here stealing. Where you want to stealing? Here you was. You's a dumb. That's why you can't get out.
Do it again. Lie back in the house. Lie back in the house.
Caught your dumb. No, you don't. You mad as. Okay, why you still? They got no goddamn proof. They ain't got no proof. I ain't putting my pocket down the room. Yeah.
This thief fills the trash can with stolen goods and tries to walk out.
Let me get a switch it up. Can I get a switch? Hey, can I get a switch? Let me get a switch. And if I'm gone, there's nothing to do. But it's nothing to do. It's not, they're not gonna do nothing. You just have to do. Explain, you have insurance? You have insurance? Right. Did you have insurance? No, the truth, it hurts you.
God damn. Ain't nothing you can do now. There's nothing you can do, man. Take that with you. Ain't nothing you can do, man.
This gypsy doesn't even look embarrassed at getting caught. He just looks angry.
Take that out of your pocket. Take that out of your pocket. Take it out. Take it out. Take it out. Take it out. Hey, call 911, man. Take it out. Don't throw it at me, bro. Why you throwing it at me, big dog? Calm down. You stealing now. You got an attitude. I'm just saying, I don't like that you stealing, big dog. If you hungry, I'm about to say that you don't gotta steal. You don't gotta throw chips at me, big dog. Now you already throw chips, bro. Come on. Take everything out of your pocket. I know you got more, big dog. Come on. You're gonna go on YouTube for stealing, you know. We got a YouTube channel, you know. Come on, put it up, put it, come on. I know you got more, big dog. Look at your leg. No, you hear that? That's another bag. Come on, take that out. You gonna break it. Get out of here. Don't come back, man.
Karen is on a heist. It looks like no one can stop her.
Does this make you feel better as a person?
Uh-oh, the tug of war saga continues. Now we have this Karen trying to steal a wig.
Portland. She was not wanting to give them back, so the owner got a taser out. Owner got them back, and the lady was not wanting to leave. Then I said, I'll walk you out, and she finally left.
Oh my God, yeah. Oh my God.
The porch pirate steals a single shoe and then runs away with it.
It's this clip.
Karen is caught stealing gas at the gas station and has the audacity to be defensive about it.
All right, what's the card then?
How much did you put
No,
in there?
what's the card?
No, dude, you're a bag.
Oh, that's crazy.
You know, I have a Porsche, you don't have
Wow,
Yeah,
that's card.
a...
You're about to book us now. That's crazy.
This phone he put away but gets caught pretty quickly. Maybe the sloppy thief should have watched his back.
Bring the hydrant inside. Bring that phone.
Derek is chased by an employee in the parking lot for stealing groceries.
You scumbag. You just walked out with all this. Hey! Paul. You're not walking off with that. Get the. You're not walking away with this thing. Leave. You are taking nothing. Paul. You are taking nothing. Get the out of here. I'm going. Get the ain't taking nothing. Drop it. The rest of us doesn't we pay because you come back. Come what the going now? Get on the you.
This Karen is exposed for stealing phones at a festival.
And so many others today attending to the water festival.
Hey, she's still a phone. She's still a phone bird. Yeah, no. Well, she thought you guys saw it from yesterday.
This Karen was caught stealing signs on the road.
You come in our neighborhood, put it out by herself. And then she has her tag. Then she have her tag covered up. You sorry for what? Can you go pick that? Because I'm getting ready to call police. You're from Hillsborough County, and you're coming in here destroying the neighborhood that I grew up in. You're coming in here and you're destructing the neighborhood that I grew up in. That's the street. That's freedom of speech. That's freedom of speech.
Store employees find a thief lurking in the store and decide to take matters into their own hands.
Stop fighting. Stop. I have no what you sort of thought. It's right here. I have no turn around. It's right here.
That's my legal right.
Please stop. Please stop. I am legal school. Please don't.
Lethal thieves don't just cause a ruckus at the store, but also try to steal things while being chased. This thief is as calm as a monk after getting caught for stealing a stranger's car.
And get caught inside it. This is awesome. I'm videotaping it. I'm from the States. This is great.
He actually tried to steal your car?
He's still trying to go through stuff. I got him. He's still going as he's standing out there. How did you manage to lock it without him getting out from the inside? Oh, okay, yeah. He's off to the left side of the he's got for it. No, that's right. Hey, I love this. Well, I don't think, how did you lock the gun and you can't get out? Or you just holding on to the lockbox? I have my foot on it. He's not going anywhere. Yeah, no, listen. Yeah, normally they're in the station somewhere. This dude's taking something. He's down in his drugs. Oh, man, he's loaded with drugs. Look at that. He's going to start popping them. He's drowning some drugs. I don't understand how this sounds over. I heard the police. Where'd they go? Is those your drugs or your pills? He took them out of his pocket. There was a ton of them. Took a bunch of maybe they're anxiety pills. His hands are shaking. Right here.
Get the car, please. Look on my side mount now. Get the car.
What? What's happened? Easy, coroner. I just opened the door. He was out. We're going to cancel that, but I didn't want to get right. I would watch it. Yeah, he's the car walker. Just,
You allowed English children at Walmart for being caught stealing things. Karen stuffs her pocket with stuff like a sneaky kid and has to face the wrath of the employees.
Hey, baby. Don't do it, baby. Don't do it, baby. Don't do it, baby. Y'all chill out. Y'all chill out. Y'all please stop.
And she got a pocket full of mother. Focus ass mother. When you gotta take a family down and steal y'all some petty mother seeds. Petty mother seeds. And you don't ever go back to mother. I'm working it now. And you gotta steal milk.
Please,
And you gotta steal milk. You're a son. Throw it off. You talk. I got you guys get fired.
Y'all pull out. Pull out. No, don't fight the seven babies in there. Where are you? Oh my God.
Please, some guys in here.
Pull out. The time's up. Pull out. Y'all got two babies. Yes. Y'all pull out. Y'all got two babies. Get where y'all at. Y'all go home. So do. I got it all if y'all need it. Yes, I got it. But if y'all should pull off before it gets too low, I wouldn't want to leave it in this lot.
Someone caught the thief in action and decided to put an end to his little escapade.
No, you won't. I will toss you like a rag doll. Stop. I will not allow you to steal from the store. Empty your drawers. I'm drawing a line in the sand. This stop today. Empty your drawers. You will not steal from the store.
Karen tries to run away after stealing from the CVS.
See your drama.
This Karen gets defensive after she was told not to steal people's money as if she were a 5-year-old.
You'll see a backpack and take some of the stuff. Wait, you don't know you went into someone's backpack and took money out of it. What's your name? No, you don't have to. You're a honest person for once. You can't just go into someone's backpack. Did you say sorry? Yeah, you can't do that. No. You're still a strong person for stealing. You just got caught. What if you didn't catch you? What if 2 minutes later? Would you walk away with it? No, you can't just go into someone's backpack and take their cash. No, you admitted that you took his cash. You can't just take someone's cash and walk away and expect nothing to happen. Like, what am I doing? You really held the camera in. Roll up, you took our cash. You took the money and tried leaving. No, you're a scum. Like, you're worthless. I don't know why you take someone else's money. Watch your stuff. She just went into our bag and won't even say sorry.
Karen's escapades didn't get a happy ending after she realized that the exit gates are completely locked.
What's up? You will never know what it's like to be a ground person. You would not love it. This is terrible. It's goddamn awful.
Dude,
What do I need to do to make my body be hurt without breaking the law? What do I need to do? You tell me. Tell me. What are you doing with my life?
Right now.
My life has got to do with any of this. What do I have to do with this? I am proud. I am broken. I am automatically fucking guilty. So what the fuck am I supposed to do? In a personal way? You are guilty. Community as a brown person. What am I going to fucking wrong? Yes, I'm just missing myself because I was sick. I was sick. I was sick. You guys sick. You guys sick. You are motherfucker. You guys just sick. Like you. Radio. You guys are you are mother.
Karen steals from a Jew's property and has a problem when he confronts her about it.
Stop. Don't touch me. Don't touch me, please. Don't touch me.
Get your truck out of the way.
Okay, don't touch me, please. Don't touch me. Very estúpido. Manda Manda estúpido. Don't touch me, okay? Okay? Hey. Yeah, my job. No, okay? Okay. Okay? My job. Okay? Okay? Yeah, my job. Polícia come. Me talk polícia, okay? Okay, pode tomar, não tem problema. Não, let's go. Deixa polícia come aqui. Não há, tô. There's long time, me job, long stop, e traz esse aqui. This nada de Thomas. Okay, nada de Thomas. Okay, nice, okay, the court, very nice, Paco. For river guy, this guy still nice. This guy is how much?
Karen has some pretty unique excuses when she's caught shoplifting.
You got me compared. Well, y'all not gonna leave because I'm telling you, look, you said I stole something, I put something down here, that I was digging in my tail. That's what I was doing. I was digging down here. I'm gonna show you, I was digging, I got a pad on. I ain't putting nothing down here. Now y'all gonna get in trouble. And so the have for your evidence. But please keep recording and please send that to me, boo. Because I already know why she's doing this. She don't like me because she raised me as a man before her sister. Boo. All about her husband behind Billy, girl, Billy Jean, girl, Jean Davis, all about a man that I ain't never went over 10 years. Baby, move. Baby, move, baby. Baby, move, please. The police taking forever to get here. So you need to move from this door. You locked me in here. Somebody stole something. Like, but what did I steal? What did I steal?
Why would you dig me down there, man?
Because I'm out there, my coochie was there, kid. And I have a right to spray it because I'm grown. And I have a whole damn pen, a lot of pad. I know what I was doing, baby. There ain't nothing down there. When there's something down there, bro. It don't matter, y'all gonna get in trouble because ain't nothing down there. Nothing ain't even down there but a damn pad. They'll accuse me of stealing. And listen, I'm gonna tell you like this, they gonna get sued. I'm about to put my hands on them and go to jail. I'm trying to put my hands on you. I'm trying to put my hands on you. Baby, you listen, I'm gonna tell you like this, please move. Please move from this door. Please move from this door. I'm gonna ask you that. We're gonna tell you, please move from this door, man. Please move and let me out of here. Please move, man. I'm trying to hurt you, man. I'm trying to hurt you, man. Please move from this door. They trying to say I was stealing. They trying to say I was stealing, baby. Hold on. Open that door for that lady. No, open that door for that lady. Y'all finna get in trouble. I'm telling you. No, it's ain't they think I'm gonna have a lawsuit because I ain't got nothing on me, y'all. Nothing on me. None of you belong to them. They said toothpaste. Please get this. They said toothpaste. Ain't nothing down here on me. But a damn pad. What I told y'all there. Baby, y'all, I'm waiting for because y'all finna get sued. Y'all finna get sued. I'm telling you, move right the way. I will wait in my car. Move right the way. I will wait in that car for him to come. Y'all not come on, ready to get up there with that stuff, but they say you gonna hold something. I'm already mad, baby. You finna get these hands put on me. I know what I was doing. I was digging down in my stairs of the kitchen. And you gonna tell me I'm putting something in there. No, you didn't see nothing. You didn't even run no camera, girl. You crazy. Okay, we're gonna run. They finna y'all finna get sued. You ain't seen nothing. You seen me who walked by when I had a toothpaste. Looking at it, and then you walked back by when I was digging in my tail, and you thought I put something in there. That's what it was. But now y'all gonna get in trouble all because of a man. This little girl didn't never like me. Never like me. I ain't even know you worked. I wouldn't even change you. Baby, don't record.
Jerry sneakily steals stuff from his neighbor's porch and then makes threats when he's caught.
You're not that guy, pal. Trust me, you're not that guy.
Okay, and you?
I am that guy, absolutely.
You're gonna be arrested.
Arrested for what? Couldn't care less Kevin has just abandoned his car. Nervous Karen is screaming because she doesn't want to return her card. Once again, our brave hero, Cartnark, is playing with dynamite. Thanks again, Cartnark. The world would be a much sadder place without superheroes like you standing up for what's right and good. Nervous Karen is screaming because she doesn't want to return her card. Poor husband. Imagine waking up to the sound of Karen in the morning.
Please keep reading the deep space examiner here at Cartnarks. That's not where the cards go. That's not where the cards go.
No, but there are people, they pay people.
Okay, man. Let me explain. We hear this all the time.
Oh, listen, buddy, listen. I get what you're saying.
Thank you.
I get what you're saying, but
But
no, I don't know.
oh, you don't care?
No, because they pay people.
Well, now, ma'am, when you go to the sure.
I got a kid that I need to get back.
Oh, is the kid starving to death or something?
No, but
They also pay. You pee on the seat when you use a public restroom. So they pay people to put in. That's the same idea. Ah, gotcha. The carts are my life. That's why. And don't listen to music while you're in your car. That's not safe, and it's against. I was about to say FAA regulations, DMV regulations. You're not supposed to. What's she doing? That's a bumper man. Oh no, you're littering. Don't be a litter bug. You gotta put one on the back of your car here for you.
I will if you take your card back. Would you like to do that for me?
Knock it off.
Knock what off? Be a responsible person?
My stuff.
That's okay for you. So you got our phone number on you.
Bother me right now. I need it.
Because you're bothering people that park in the spot. You understand the correlation there.
You're starting this at the foot off.
You started that with your card, ma'am. All I did was ask you.
What they pay people for.
But ma'am, what's your
Leave me alone. I made it. Leave me.
I got more.
Get the away from me.
What are you doing? You're blocking traffic now.
You're getting.
Ma'am, you started the poop
Do
with your.
not get anywhere near me.
How about this?
Stop. Stop.
Don't have a conversation, be civil, or do you want to yell like a big old sour puss?
Me.
I didn't touch you. I never have.
You're touching my
And
stuff.
someone else is going to touch you with your card. But it's right there.
Stop.
Get away!
Sir, did you see her what she did with her card?
Get out of there!
See, now you're overreacting. You're falling for her tricks. Let me give you one right there.
Talking about.
That's what I'm talking about. It's the cards.
Stop it.
Madam, look
Leave
at.
me alone.
Madam, why are you reacting this time? Why are you not?
Leave me alone.
Why are you not addressing the situation with the cards? Make it harder.
Come near me again.
Well, I'm not coming to you.
Do not come near my car.
What about the cards?
I don't give dude. They pay people.
I told you the
Leave me
analogy.
alone.
Do you throw trash on the ground? Do they pay people to pick that up too?
No, they don't pay people to pick it up.
Then what are garbage men for?
Shut the stop and leave you. Get
Madam.
away from me.
Madam, I'm not okay. Tell you what, I will leave you alone if you want to take the card back.
Stay away from me.
Madam, you're blocking traffic again here.
Dude, do not come near my car.
Why are you so angry?
Because you won't leave me alone.
Yeah, I will leave you alone. I will leave you alone to take the card back. How about that?
You don't work for these people.
What does that make?
Leave me
Okay.
alone.
Madam, what difference does that make?
No,
It's the principle.
come. Get away from me.
Why are you screaming at me? I'm being a nice guy. It's a 90. It's got our bumper Midas and they return the car like a jerk. I was gonna use it.
Why are you antagonizing
I'm
me?
not antagonizing you, ma'am. I'm trying to get you to react. What's going on here?
Away from
What are you doing in your car?
me. I'm going to hurt you in 2 seconds.
That's against the law, ma'am.
What you're doing is harassing me.
What I'm doing is being a public servant and helping you learn your lesson. You're being a big old.
Got your point.
No, but I would have my point if you would take your car back.
No.
See, what you're doing is she's doing a classic.
Away from me.
By overreacting, what you're doing is trying to make yourself into the victim. When everybody cards the victim. Thank you. Please talk to her. Please stand up.
Stop.
All right, because you're causing a public safety nuisance. I will stop.
Psychopath Kevin is playing for keeps. He's more than willing to beat Cartnark up, but our hero Cartnark never ceases to challenge those evil people who refuse to return their supermarket cards. Shame on all of them.
Sir, what? Well, sir, do you need some help?
Yeah, you can go away from me, son of a bitch.
Why are you so mad all of a sudden? I blocked your attack.
That's fine.
Sir, now you know what you did, right? If you want to return your card, don't be so angry. So that was really a poor throw. I didn't even have to block that one. Look at these cool. They're like a boomerang, but it doesn't come back to me. It sticks on lazy bones. All right, see if I can block this one. I see you're gonna. You're balling it up. Boy, you want to go back to throwing school? So I got some late, you're like, until you take your card back. Sir, would you like to take your card back? Can I have a kiss, please?
No.
Why not?
Punch your face when you forget.
Don't do that. That's against the law. How about this? This is
So are you.
No, I'm not. I'll put one on the back here.
Stop it.
Sir,
Stop it right now.
you stop it.
Stop it right now.
You stop it. I'll put my finger at you too, sir. But see, what I'm doing is I'm being nice. Why are you so angry?
Because you're
But sir, the person who leaves their card out is a jerk-faced lazy bones. Don't worry. You gonna take your card back this time? Will you learn your lesson?
No, I haven't.
Why not?
Because
You seem like you'd be a good dramatic actor. You're very emotional and engaged.
I'm not acting.
I can tell that, unfortunately. Why do you call me names? I'm calling you nice things. I didn't say lazy bones. Really? Gotcha. Oh, they don't deserve that in their mailbox, sir. Yeah, I got some more for you.
Get out of here! Get the out of here!
Or else what?
Follow me!
I blocked your attack.
Stop!
See, you shouldn't telegraph your punches so much, sir. You had your fist up like that, so I knew which way it was coming from. That's my mag. It's my flag, unless you want it.
Dark has stumbled upon actor and comedian Perry Caravello. Believe it or not, but Caravello isn't joking this time. That anchor's 100% real, and Dark's playing with dynamite.
That's not where the cards go, sir. Well, you should because they want. What does the sign say on the card return? Please return cards here.
Yeah, and the card's right there.
So it doesn't say please return cards there. You're going to put that to shame, sir. Now, sir, I will as soon as you return your card. Would you like a magnet instead? Now, sir,
Get your off my car!
as soon as you take your card,
Get out of here, mother!
why you take it?
Get out of here, beat your...
Sir, no, you all look at yourself. Who's Perry Carbo alive? Look, sir. Sir, you give me two because you're being such an angry bones. What's that? Matt Flaggill. You know what he's getting? This guy is so angry. He's getting double magnets and the flag. Watch out behind you, sir. What a jerk face. Please be careful. Don't be a... I can't hear you. He's in. Sir, why don't you just take your card back? Oh, this is falling off. As soon as you put your card back, sir. Now, sir, they pay employees. I'll give you another one. No, you weren't. How old are you, sir?
I'll beat you!
Sir, look.
I'll beat you!
They pay employees to do all sorts of things. Do you go to the bathroom? Do you like to keep your card? Let me get you another one right there. Do you go to the bathroom, and when you go to like jerk off a guy in the bathroom, do you do it in the sink and toilet, or do you wait for the employees to come? No, you do it in the sink and toilet, because that's where it belongs.
What did you do to me?
I just put a magnet on your card and just display with a Lazy Bones jar.
Get out of here!
A double toss, you get more. Sir, you get the F out of here. There's not one for you. Please be careful driving, sir. Whoa, okay, hands off, You're being ridiculous. I'm not going to give you any more magnets because you're driving erratically. I know it's like, by the way. We take great job, Christian. Sir, please.
Get up! Away from me, you son of a...
Why are you raising your fist like that? I'm a nice guy. Just trying to help you be a nice. Are you a bad guy? Are you a bad person? That's what's going on here. Goodness gracious.
Couldn't care less Kevin has abandoned his cart right next to his very fancy Audi. You might have a great car, Careless Kevin, but that doesn't mean you're going to get away with not putting your cart back. Go for it, Cart Narc. We believe in you.
Curbing. You got curbing going on here. Sir, it's curbing. Sir. Wow, didn't even respond. I was a Uber. Sir. You curved your car. You didn't take it back to the cart where it belongs. Oh!
Be over in there.
What'd they do? You don't gas the second curvy, by the way.
No, I'm not okay.
I'm a nice guy. I'm a cart knocker. I'm still my job. Take a cart back for him, I guess. I guess I move.
Tough guy Kevin is threatening Cart Narc, but Cart Narc is explaining his side of the story. Listen to Cart Narc, loser.
All right, here we go. Sir, what did I tell you? What did I tell you? I asked you, actually.
Where's my car?
Please take your cart back, please. No F words allowed on my part. Are you just going to take your cart back? You know you're acting this way. You know why you're acting this way.
Get the f away from me. Oh, I'm going to beat this guy.
Sir, you said it like 6 times and it hasn't happened, so I don't believe you.
Car, get it, see what happens.
Okay, I'll see you. Will you take your cart back? Is that what will happen?
Fuck your car, get it, see what happens.
What's wrong with your car, sir? What's so special about it? Again,
I'm going to beat the hell out of you if you touch my car.
I just evacuated my bowels, so that's unlikely, sir. Hi, I'm the cart narc.
Car, get it.
With what? Which one do you like? The magnet or the flag? Yes, sir. Uh-oh, here it comes. I'm not gay, sir. Not that big deal. Now, sir, I'm not going to fight you over a cart.
I'm not going to fight anybody. You're fighting.
Sir, I don't think you can catch me, sir. Number one. He's antagonizing me. He's antagonizing me. So what's wrong with that? I don't want.
Somebody's car.
Or else what? It's not going to do anything. Like what? Got a magnet for you. I'll go with my. I'll go with the. This magnet back here for you. Look, take out. Then you have to do it. My problem is you left your card out. I told you that to begin with. Uh-oh, what's he on? What's going on here? Sir, if you just took your card back, it'll all be over. Will you do that for me?
Karen is trying so hard to hide her anger, but then it all became a bit much.
Oh, no, that's not where the cards go.
I know, but everybody else put them there.
Which is two wrongs make a right.
No, absolutely not.
And that's a handicap spot, so what if someone... No, but see how the blue spot there is next to the handicap spot?
Yeah.
That's someone's in a wheelchair, they can get out and have an empty spot to get into. So now they're gonna go right on your card and possibly even break their spine even more.
This one's right here.
Right, no, that's why they have the spot next to them, so they can
What
be
are you doing?
I'm a card, no, that's what I do. We knock out and share the base, you know, the card back.
So are you recording?
We have start down, safe, so we keep ourselves safe. We like get attacked.
No, but
Well, there's cameras everywhere, all we record all the time.
I have no idea. Are you recording me right now?
That's illegal.
I'm about to call you.
Please, I talk to them all the time. They can come, I talk to them all the time. Man, I'm with the card cards.
I don't care. That's so rude.
No.
If I say I don't want to be recording,
That's not the law. That's not the law.
rude, bro.
Well, you put your card where it belongs now, and you're going to take my phone, which is attempted theft.
No, it's not. That's what I'm trying to say. You want to put a copy of recording.
But it's not,
You want recording.
well, you have to card that, David. You're like, look,
You're.
I'm doing what's illegal, and I'm keeping you from being a bad person. It's true. You can take your card back if you want. Oh, don't cry. You have some weed in your car. You can smoke that and make you feel better. I'll put your card back for you, okay?
Kevin's about to surprise you. Not only is he screaming and dancing like a toddler, but then he's about to do the most unexpected thing. Check this out.
Sir, there's a car right here. It's not a car goes. Pretty much the car trail area. Cars don't go right there. They go back where the car returns are. There's one over there, see where that guy came from? Or over there where I came from over there? I just came from one. I'll tell you where it is. On the car guys. And like, you're even blocking your own door from opening. You think you understand enough to block someone else's door from opening, right? No, we're a highly trained, see, that's not our fire, by the way, that's an ambulance. We're a highly trained organization. 90% of the time I put it down. But if you're very tired right now, it's causing a error in your judgment, lazy bones. No, sir, let me explain. Here, I got these, we have these bumper magnets for you. I'll put it right here on the side of your truck. There you go. I've got a hotline number on it. So you can call that for counseling about how not to be lazy. All right, what's going on? What are you doing, sir? Why are you approaching me? Why are you approaching me? Yeah. This is yours. Take it back. It's got a number for you. It's present for you. Take it back. You got to be lazy. Take it back. No, sir. You keep that. I think my gift to you. Why do you do it? Why are you running after me? Oh, I'm a nice guy, sir. Luckily, I have good blocking skills. I point there now. No, I'm not.
I don't give a shit what you want.
Yeah, you do. You're running after me trying to post that. I need to clearly.
I don't care. What I care about is you. I have rights. Leave me alone.
Yeah, I know. And what I'm saying.
Leave me alone.
I have private.
Leave me alone.
I'm trying to polite conversations.
No, I don't want to play. Leave.
Sir. See, she's
I'm hurt.
I'm a guy, actually. I'm a man.
Call the cops on him.
No, I'm
Leave
not.
me alone.
No, I'm a nice guy. What is he gonna do? Are you gonna tell him what you did? Are you gonna tell him what you did with the card, though, sir?
I will.
Okay, good. I don't think they don't like that. I just said he shouldn't leave his card right there. All I said. Thank you, sir. This guy is being very lazy, boss. He left his card right there, and he couldn't open his own door all the way. Now he's screaming at me, chasing me around the parking lot. I don't know why.
You're doing a good job.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Car guards are here to protect and serve. See? You don't want this? I'm leaving. I gotta just double check. You got one here. Hey, where are you going? I'm leaving like you asked. Well, you told me to leave, and I'm leaving. What are you doing? Making a video? My protection. Sir, it's for our protection. Are you making a video? Sir, this is a case that I'm trying to hit us or something, which is might be happening. Are you making a video? Sir, this is a body cam for our protection. This is testing out the running skills. Okay, so far so good.
Cardinark is asking stubborn Kevin to return his car. Kevin's acting like a tough guy, but behind that ridiculous facade, he's just a little baby.
Oh, what's this over here? You let your car right in the little spot there. Now that got out of spot is locked. Not
Oh! Hey! Hey! Isaiah! Isaiah! Oh, God! Oh, what? No, I got a car accident! What the?
What year did you look up for? Oh, yeah. Yeah, it'll be a little harder than 55, I think. Oh, yeah, everybody.
Video protected. Video protected. Video protected.
that increases distributing tires with increasing the life of the fuel pump piston ring. Another 1.25 powered by 364-ounce 250K power boosters and get one free at participating CA truck service locations at Ford Dealer.
Keep coming down the ramp.
Still in the wrong way. We have a traffic unit ahead of us. Or the person who gave me this here.
That's fine. Henry, you want to overturn it? Someone at the conversation? Thank you.
Wow. Oh. Apa magalang
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Holy sh-
Every year, thousands and thousands of people vanish without leaving a single trace. For most, their disappearance remains unsolved until their case grows cold after countless years have passed by. However, in some cases, they are found again many decades later with stories so peculiar that it leads us to question the mysterious nature of this world we inhabit. Here is a list of some fascinating examples. People who went missing or were presumed dead, yet miraculously reappeared. Case 6. The disappearance of Kamaya Mobley. On the 10th of July, 1998, Shanera Mobley, who was 16 years old at the time, welcomed a vibrant little girl into the world in Jacksonville, Florida, and named her Kamaya. Despite her difficult life circumstances, Shanera viewed Kamaya's birth as an opportunity to turn things around and finally make something of herself. Shortly afterward, a woman dressed in scrubs walked through room 328 and met Shanera, who was with her daughter, and introduced herself as a nurse, but there was more to her than meets the eye. Unbeknownst to Shanera, this particular woman was feeling particularly hopeless that day after leaving her job at a Charleston nursing home. She was in an oppressive relationship. She'd been deprived custody of her children, and, perhaps most distressing of all, she was reeling from a physical and mental trauma of having recently suffered a horrible miscarriage. Overwhelmed with postpartum depression, she drove to Florida's University Medical Center, stood outside the nursery for a few moments, and peered at all the newborns before walking into Shanera's room, where she found both mother and daughter. For hours, the woman remained by Shanera's side, offering her solace under the guise of being just a regular nurse. Eventually, she mentioned that it was time to take the infant out to measure her temperature. Instead, she stuffed baby Kamaya in a leather bag, walked out of the hospital, and drove far away. When her family members asked about where the baby came from, she lied about going into labor and subsequently giving birth at work. Back in Florida, Shanera was frantically calling out for her missing daughter. While police were able to construct a facial composite of the woman based on information provided by Shanera and other witnesses, the hunt for Kamaya's kidnapper bore no fruit. And as the years went by, with no new leads to speak of, what happened to Kamaya remained a mystery. Following a settlement with the former University Medical Center, Shanera was awarded $1.5 million in compensation due to the hospital's negligence. As for Kamaya, for 18 years, nobody knew her whereabouts, not even whether or not she was still alive. As Shanera Mobley labored to cobble together the pieces of her life following Kamaya's abduction, Gloria Williams, the woman responsible for Kamaya's kidnapping, found that things in her world began to fit back into place. She broke free of her abusive relationship, regained custody of her children, got remarried, and raised Kamaya as her own under a new name, Alexis Manigault. During her childhood in South Carolina, Alexis experienced a surprisingly cheerful upbringing. She was surrounded by family and friends, going to school, playing with her siblings, and regularly inviting friends over. As Alexis grew older and reached the age of 16, she unearthed a shocking secret kept hidden from her for many years. She didn't have a social security number, an essential requirement to get a driver's license or find work, and it became evident something wasn't quite right. It was then that Alexis confronted her so-called mother about it, who confessed that she had stolen her away as an infant. Even though Williams initially proposed to turn herself in, Alexis rejected the idea. Real or not, she wasn't about to lose the woman she viewed as her mother. January 2017, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children received 2 anonymous tips that eventually led them to Walterboro, one of which came from a friend who said Alexis had confessed to them. The other was a person who claimed they overheard Alexis talking about Gloria not being her real mother. After officers confronted Gloria and conducted DNA tests, it was proven beyond any doubt that Alexis Manigault was in fact Kamaya Mobley all along. When she heard the news, Shannara was filled with joy. Even though she went on to have more kids, her firstborn child never left her mind, nor her heart. When the two were eventually reunited, it wasn't precisely the joyful reunion Shannara always fantasized about. After all, for Alexis, Gloria Williams was her real mother. In February 2018, Williams pleaded guilty to kidnapping and interfering with custody under state law. During testimony at Williams' trial, Shannara spoke of the overwhelming grief she suffered after having her baby girl stolen from her. As for Williams, she conveyed nothing but remorse in her testimony. Unfortunately for her, this wasn't enough to sway the judge. Williams was found guilty and sentenced to 18 years behind bars. Despite what she's done, Kamaya refuses to cut ties with her other mother. In a heart-wrenching interview 20 years after her daughter's kidnapping, Shannara boldly revealed that she and Kamaya were no longer on speaking terms. Case 5, the disappearance of Denise Bolzer. On January 17, 1985, 24-year-old Denise Desrutolo Bolzer disappeared from her Raymond, New Hampshire home. When her husband arrived home later that day, it took him 6 hours to notice the mysterious note pinned on their fridge, which read, "We've got your wife." When police arrived, all they could find were footprints in the snow, yet no sign of Denise herself. After the note was left at Denise's home, no demand for a ransom or attempts to contact anyone were made, leaving no additional clues as to who wrote it or their intentions. After several days of investigation, police were eventually led to Logan Airport, where they stumbled upon her husband's pickup truck with Denise's social security card, birth certificate, and credit cards placed on the front seat, yet Denise was nowhere to be found. Despite their best efforts, no clues could be found that could explain what happened to Denise or where she could have possibly gone. Her family, with whom she had a close bond, strongly suspected something sinister may have taken place when she suddenly left. Her husband was never suspected to have been involved with her disappearance, and he eventually filed for divorce. Law enforcement investigated the idea that she may have been abducted or possibly killed, yet concrete proof supporting this theory eluded them also. It wouldn't be until a few months after Denise's untimely disappearance that a new clue was uncovered. The courier service, where she had served as a bookkeeper, blamed her for stealing anywhere between $12,000 to $100,000, pointing to the possibility that she had gone into hiding due to financial troubles. In 1986, embezzlement charges were brought against Denise. 7 years later, the allegations against her were dismissed, and her family grew optimistic that she would one day reach out to them. In 2002, Shirley Casey, a private investigator, provided authorities with information regarding a woman living in Florida who fit Denise's description and shared her date of birth. Almost 17 years later, law enforcement was once again on Denise's trail, and on May 13, 2002, she was located in Panama City, Florida, now going by the name of Denise James. Unbeknownst to her old family, or anyone else for that matter, she had begun a new life and started a family for herself. When finally confronted, Denise confessed that her decision to flee was made after her ex-employer threatened to kill her within 2 days. Furthermore, Denise revealed that, while attempting to cover her tracks, she had gone to the Bahamas, California, South Carolina, and Hawaii. With the mystery solved, Denise was finally able to experience an emotional and joyous reunion with her family. Case 4, the disappearance of John Darwin. On the 14th of August, 1950, John Darwin was born in Hartlepool, a vibrant and bustling port town situated in County Durham, England. 23 years later, John married Anne Stephenson in Blackhall on December 22nd. He then went on to teach science and mathematics for 18 years before later becoming a prison officer. One day, on the 21st of March 2002, John set out on a canoe ride and never returned home. And his wife was frantic when she noticed it had gone late and he still hadn't come back, prompting the police and Coast Guard to launch an expansive search in hopes of locating him. The following morning, the paddle John used during his voyage was found drifting in the ocean near Seaton Caribou. As for John, there were no clues to suggest where he was. 6 weeks later, his dilapidated boat was located near North Gare in a secluded area known as the Blue Lagoon, situated by the River Tees. After 6 months of anguish and slowly losing hope of his survival, Anne stated that all she wanted was to bury John's body, as it would enable her to move on. In April of the subsequent year, Darwin was formally declared dead in an inquest with a concluded open verdict. His death certificate noted that the sea had claimed his life. With her husband's death certificate in hand, Anne was able to accumulate a grand total of nearly £250,000 in payouts, consisting of a staggering £137,000 from Norwich Union, an insurance company, his prison service pension worth £58,000, a life insurance policy worth £25,000, and his teacher's pension valued at £25,000. However, unbeknownst to anyone, apart from his wife, John was alive and well. Throughout his constant job changes, from a teacher for 18 years to banking and finally prison officer, Darwin was driven by his never-ending quest for wealth. He remained confident that he would someday make it big. Ronald, his 91-year-old father, explained, "He had ideas above his station. He had big dreams and ambitions, and I sometimes think he was in too much of a hurry to make money." John Darwin was obsessed with the prospect of becoming a millionaire. Even at his mother's funeral, money was all he would talk about. At one point, he purchased numerous inexpensive properties in the Durham area in hopes of renting them out. When that didn't work out, he moved over to trading stocks. Soon enough, John had an astounding 17 phone lines installed in their house so that he could play the stock market during his leisure time, although that endeavor also proved unsuccessful. Growing desperate, John tried to at least formulate an illusion of wealth by purchasing a £40,000 Range Rover. Behind the scenes, however, his investments had already gone astray, and debt collectors came knocking at the couple's doorstep in 2001. Overwhelmed with debt, but too prideful to declare bankruptcy and unwilling to give up the prospect of coming out on top, Darwin devised a plan. He would stage his own death and collect the life insurance. Not long after his supposed death, Darwin went into hiding, but would frequently drop by his marital home, most often during the night. He would seclude himself in a small one-room apartment adjacent to his own home and stay there during the day. Then at night, he'd make use of a hidden doorway concealed behind a wardrobe to gain access to his family's home without being seen or heard by anyone, apart from his wife. Not even their own children knew that he was still alive. To ensure his presence remained undetected, Darwin poured concrete over the floorboards of the hidden passage to stifle any creaking. Gradually, Darwin grew bolder and more confident in this charade of his. He would stroll around in the daylight, wearing nothing but a woolly hat and hobbling as if he was suffering from some sort of injury to conceal his identity. Should any visitors decide to drop by unannounced during one of his visits, he would disguise himself as Tom, the handyman, donning an inexpensive wig and glasses. Whenever relatives came to stay, he vanished through the same entrance behind his bedroom wardrobe. As time passed and Darwin became more confident that his deceitful plan had gone unnoticed, he applied for credit cards in his own name, utilizing none other than the address of his small hideout. Throughout his years of hiding, he was spotted plenty of times by different people who knew him personally. In 2003, Darwin chanced upon a former prison colleague When police found out about this chance encounter, Anne managed to lie and convince police officers that the colleague had made a mistake and that the man he saw was just a cousin who looked just like John. One day, one of his tenants also recognized him when he passed by them and asked, "Aren't you supposed to be dead?" Darwin grew nervous and begged the man to not tell anyone, and the tenant reluctantly agreed. As a way of refabricating his identity, Darwin intently searched local cemeteries for the grave of a child born at roughly the same time as himself, then applied for a copy of their birth certificate, only to use it to secure a passport. After contriving yet another ambitious plan, he utilized his passport to journey to America in 2004, where he had made contact with Kelly Steele, a mother of three from Kansas, through an online role-playing game. He also persuaded Kelly to purchase a 20-acre ranch using 25,000 pounds of his own money. Darwin reportedly lied to her about having made a fortune on the stock market and told her that he always wanted to become a cowboy. Shortly after his arrival at the U.S., his tone quickly shifted when he began aggressively demanding his money back from Kelly, sending her sinister emails that left her fearing for her safety. John Darwin then continued to pursue his ambitions of becoming a multi-millionaire. He flew to Panama City, where he managed to start a company. He later bought a lavish 25,000-pound Toyota Land Cruiser, along with a 50,000-pound flat. After successfully selling 2 properties in Cebu, Peru, for a collective sum of 455,000 pounds, he made the decision to invest an additional 200,000 pounds into a sprawling estate near the Panama Canal, which he planned on turning into a tourist resort. In the meantime, police had already been tipped off that he might be still alive and living in Panama. The lies further started to unravel on the 14th of July, 2006, when a picture of him and his wife property hunting in Panama was posted. When Panama began implementing new visa regulations, Darwin knew that his identity would now have to go through a lengthy approval process, and this time he couldn't rely on his alias to keep it hidden. He then constructed another mysterious ploys. He decided to return home and pretend to be afflicted with amnesia. On the evening of December 1st, 2007, 57-year-old John Darwin walked into the West End Central Police Station with an astonishing confession. He declared, "I think I am a missing person." He was able to provide his name, date of birth, and other identifying information with ease. However, he stated that he could not recall where he had been in the past 5.5 years. In an effort to get to the bottom of where Darwin's been over the past 5.5 years, Cleveland Police and the Metropolitan Police joined forces for a collaborative investigation. Anne, who was completely overwhelmed with joy, took to the media to express her excitement at her husband's survival. Due to the aforementioned Panama photos, and thanks to the numerous individuals who Darwin was spotted by over the years, this was that invalidated the event and brought him in front of the judge. In 2008, after confessing to 8 deception charges, Darwin was convicted and incarcerated for a sentence of 6 years and 3 months. His wife, Anne, was also charged with fraud and money laundering, later receiving a sentence of 6.5 years. Case 3. The disappearance of Stephen Kubacki. On a cold winter day in February 1978, 23-year-old Stephen Kubacki, an undergraduate student at Hope College, a quaint and intimate Christian college located by the shores of Lake Michigan, inexplicably disappeared without a trace. Stephen decided to go on a daring schooling journey alone, planning to stay 1 or 2 days, but never came back. The day after his excursion, snowmobilers in Saginaw noticed Stephen's cross-country skis discarded with a backpack near them and quickly reached out for law enforcement. Upon examining the contents of his pack, they concluded that that it belonged to Stephen, prompting an immediate search and rescue mission for him. The trail of yards left in the snow went past its edge, then abruptly ended. This led investigators to conclude that Kubaki, more than likely, met his fate under a thick layer of ice and drowned. The mysterious Lake Michigan Triangle, spanning Manitowoc, Wisconsin to Ludington, Michigan, and down to Benton Harbor, is where Stephen had gone missing. This unforgiving landscape of the U.S. is steeped in mystery. The Lake Michigan Triangle may not be as famous as the Bermuda Triangle, but is certainly just as terrifying. In 1891, the 7-man crew of a schooner named Thomas Hume set out to sail across the lake in search of lumber, but they never returned, and no trace of their vessel was ever found. Many other unexplained flight mishaps, ghost ship sightings, disappearances, and weather conditions that go from one extreme to the other in a matter of minutes have been attributed to this eerie region since then. After Stephen went missing, search teams combed the area he was last seen. Eventually, they found his skis and poles on the lake's beach, as well as footsteps leading up to his frozen surface. There was no sign of his body. It was as if he had vanished into the ether. On the 5th of May, 1979, 14 and a half months since his ill-fated trip, Stephen returned to his father's house and simply rang the doorbell. He seemed disoriented, as if he had just woken up from a really long nap, and was in utter disbelief that it had been more than a year. After his father embraced him, Stephen recalled having a faint memory of what happened during his absence. He was jolted awake in a meadow, almost 40 miles from his father's house, and 700 miles from Lake Michigan. He was dressed in weird clothes, and beside him was an unfamiliar backpack containing maps that did not belong to him. He was also entirely unaware of the events that led up to this peculiar predicament. What is, perhaps, most intriguing about Stephen's case is what he was wearing: a t-shirt from a Wisconsin marathon. He remarked in an interview that, "I feel like I've done a lot of running." As for his last memories, they were of the snow-capped shores of Lake Michigan. The mysterious events surrounding Stephen's disappearance remain an unsolved riddle to this day. Some think he simply went to a coma and wandered aimlessly across the country, while others believe he fell victim to the Lake Michigan Triangle, an area with no shortage of unexplainable phenomena. Some wilder theories even suggest that aliens kidnapped him for experimentation. Again and again, reporters questioned Stephen on what happened to him, to which he responded that he really didn't recall much of anything. Despite all of this, he remained insistent on the fact that he had no mental health issues to speak of. During a later interview, he revealed details of his abrupt disappearance and discussed what might have been behind it all. He reasoned his blackout was likely due to fatigue or overexposure, and revealed that he would be seeing a physician for a checkup, but he emphatically refused any form of psychiatrist counseling. "My father was going to sign over the house to me. I had 3 courses at school and no trouble. I left a romance in Germany. There was no trouble with girls. I had a job lined up with the Holland Sentinel newspaper." Presently, Kubaki is alive and well in the Pacific Northwest, where he works as a psychologist and admittedly amused with the case to the disappearance of Tamara Milograd. On a blissful Saturday morning on September 18, 1971, 15-year-old Tamara Milograd and 2 of her closest friends made their way to the nearby city of Melbourne, where the renowned Royal Melbourne Show was taking place, an eagerly anticipated annual carnival event. The carnival brought together farmers, drawing in hundreds of thousands of people annually. Before that, going to the carnival, Tamara informed her fretful mother, Rubel, of her plans to attend the exhibition with some of her classmates. When Rubel heard there would be many people present, she wanted to accompany Tamara and her friends to keep an eye on things. However, Tamara seemed fiercely opposed to this idea, pointing out that she and her friends could look out for one another and that her mom wouldn't be interested in the games. After a hasty farewell to her mother, Tamara hopped in the car with friends for an exciting day at the bustling exhibition. Sheep shearing and horse racing were just a few of the captivating activities available. Alpaca displays, poultry competitions, log chopping events, and more were also within arm's reach for the kids to enjoy. As they walked around the carnival, Tamara, who up to this point seemed disinterested and uneasy, informed her friends that she was going to look for a place to exchange some money as she was out of change, promising to return shortly. Anxiety swirled among her friends as Tamara's absence grew worryingly extended. After a while, they began to look for Tamara in places where she might have gone, yet there was no sign of her. Desperately scouring for someone, Tamara's friends had no choice but to practically call her family. Her parents rushed to the venue immediately and, after hours of fruitless search efforts, soon realized there was no sign of her on the premises. Without delay, they swiftly alerted Australian authorities of the situation. Police officers escalated the search efforts to encompass nearby areas of the exhibition. Yet, after days of tirelessly looking for her, there was no sign of 15-year-old Tamara. After delving into her personal relationships with her parents, police uncovered that Tamara was going through a period of adolescent rebellion. Additionally, Eugene, Tamara's older brother, said that she was a handful.
Forgotten by design. For the Galactic Federation,
everything Andrew has said stretches credibility, and they know from gratuitous information where he was that night. Now, I asked the police where he was, and they wouldn't tell me. And the police said, oh, we can't reveal it because it has security information. No, it doesn't. It's 20 years ago. We know from the fine knowledge he's been to this island of his on many occasions. He received massages regularly at his house. He is beyond the pale. There's no way back for him in the royal family. Andrew is horrible to his staff. He's not quite all there, is he? I mean, he has these teddy bears lined up in his room. I've forgotten how many, it's 64, I think it is. They all have to be lined up in exactly the right way, in the right place.
What Andrew had actually been doing on Epstein Island, or what we imagine he's been doing? What's actually going on? The Epstein client list has just been released. Is there anything, particularly with regards to Prince Andrew, is there anything that we can glean from it?
Andrew has been a frequent and close personal friend of Jeffrey Epstein, and really it makes his excuses his explanation for what happened increasingly threadbare. For example, he told the famous interview on BBC with Emily Maitlis that he'd gone to New York to break off his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. Most people, when they want to break their relationship, either just stop talking to someone, or they'll send an email or speak on the phone. They don't go to New York for 3 days and stay with the person that you're breaking up with. So everything Andrew has said stretches credibility, and the fact that he's now being mentioned in these new court documents just reinforces the fact that he is beyond the pale. There's no way back for him in the royal family. Charles was very unwise, in my view, to allow him to parade with the royal family at Christmas, going to church, which presumably Charles was trying to ease him back in, because that's Charles's habit. We saw it, by the way, with Michael Fawcett. We've seen it with Camilla. When people are out of fashion, let some time pass, then gradually brings back in. That's his habit. He was doing the same thing with Andrew. And clearly that's not going to work. And Charles is actually, in my view, damaging and endangering the monarchy by continuing to associate with his brother, who really should be persona non grata, should have his title removed, should be chucked out of his 31-bedroom house in Royal Lodge, and he should go off and do some charity work, which is, after all, what like John Profumo did in the 1960s. You go and rehabilitate yourself quietly behind the scenes, and maybe 10 years on, people will listen to you. He hasn't done that. And for the royal family, it's just more of the same stuff being dredged up, which is unhelpful to them and unhelpful to Charles, actually.
We know what's interesting with regards to what you're saying about Charles very slowly trying to get back into the fold. When Charles ascended to the throne, I gather that he was saying that he wanted a smaller royal family. So it should have been easier, actually, to just say, listen, Andrew, mate, you know, you're on the sidelines from now on. So it's sort of contradiction, isn't it?
Well, Charles had it put out that he wanted to have a slimmed down monarchy. His idea of a slimmed down monarchy appears is having fewer people embarking the Buckingham Palace. End of story. What he's not doing, and he needs to do, if he wants to have a slimmed down monarchy, is cut all these people off who are receiving public money by the back door, because they all get some funds from the Duchy of Lancaster. They're tax deductible expenses, although they have no connection with the Duchy of Lancaster. That's how the Queen dealt with it. No doubt Charles was doing the same thing. He needs to cut all these people out. Follow the more European monarchies who have got the head of state and partner next in line and their children, and that's it. And there's really no reason for a monarchy to have any more than that. He's not doing that, nor is he reforming the taxation arrangements, which is so beneficial to the royal family. He's actually making no changes. Meantime, he's continuing to fly in private jets, helicopters, and all the other things he did before.
Even though he is supposed to, I gather he's no longer a working royal. Like, what does that actually mean, and how are we still funding Andrew?
Well, I mean, working royal, the definition which they give themselves for working royals, are those who attend fetes or other events and cut ribbons. Then to say those people, that's what they mean by working. If you look at those so-called working royals, very few of them actually do work, inverted commas, at all. I mean, most of them attend events of less than half a day a year. So I'm sure many of us who are in work would like to have a working arrangement because so lackadaisical as that. However, that's what most of them do. So Andrew is no longer cutting ribbons and visiting places, so therefore he's no longer deemed to be a working royal. But the fact of the matter is that they are, as I mentioned, funded indirectly from the Duchy of Lancaster. They get the money from that source, and therefore that's a public expense indirectly because Charles claims these expenses against tax. Now, that was changed in 2011 when the sovereign grant came in, because before that we had a civil list, and we used to see each year very transparently how much was being given to each member of the royal family. And the only reason it was changed to the new arrangement is in order to hide from the public at large how much these people are getting.
That is mad. I'm going to ask you more about the intricacies of the finances and how we're paying for a lot of the royals' duties. With Andrew, just to stay on the Epstein list for a little bit, I mean, he seems to be, am I right in saying, mentioned significantly more than even, I mean, people talk about Clinton, some people mention Trump and a few other names. I feel like Andrew's come up a lot more than anyone else. Was he just like the best buddy of Epstein?
He was certainly one of the best buddies of Epstein. And if you look at the address book that Epstein had, I mean, my word, it's the directory of the rich and famous across the world. I mean, you have to take your hat off in one sense to Epstein because he managed to accumulate all these people as contacts. And indeed, the address book he had included other people from this country, leading politicians in this country. So, I mean, he's managed to accumulate all these people. Now, Andrew appears a number of times. The phone book that Epstein had a different number for Andrew, a number of different numbers, including private number that Buckingham Palace, and private number that Sandringham. So he was extremely close to Epstein, and of course he was very close to Ghislaine Maxwell, who, as we know, was convicted of acting effectively as a sort of person who secured and procured underage girls for Epstein.
This seems like a running pattern. I'm thinking of Savile as well in terms of using the royals to gain status while hiding heinous crimes with underage people.
Yes, I think that's right. And it's not unusual to try to attach yourself to a very famous person because it gives you some protection from interference from the police or anyone else. Not legally, of course, but in terms of people not wanting to take a risk by pursuing matters. Savile, of course, was known to be engaging in grotesque behaviour back in the 1980s. I spoke to the leading lawyer for British Rail, because Savile used to be used by British Rail for their adverts. And British Rail dropped him in the 1980s because they had had allegations put to them that Savile had been having procreation with their dead bodies in the morgue. And at that point, they dropped him. So that was in 1980 something. And yet it took till after his death before this came out. But the BBC, for example, knew about Savile because he was kept off children in need quite deliberately. And of course, the BBC did nothing about it until ITV actually published or produced a program on Savile. Now, as you say, he used the royal family. He became very close to Charles. He actually advised, it was unbelievable really, he advised Charles and Diana on their marriage. He advised Charles and Camilla on their relationship. God knows how he felt qualified to do that. He was given personal gifts by Charles. Charles lived in an English cottage. And when he died, Charles and Camilla were the lead mourners for Savile. And Charles was warned about Savile a number of times. He thought this was jealousy, and there's nothing wrong with it. But I mean, actually, Charles has shown some really bad judgment over the years, because Savile's not the only person of importance, if you like, who wanted to attach himself to Charles. We saw it with Kenneth Lay, the Enron guy, who got some coverage out of Charles, and eventually, of course, the thing went body up, know that way. Who was that? It was Enron, big company in America, and Kenneth Lay was the chief executive, and the company was basically unsound. And Charles gave it some credibility by association with Kenneth Lay, who invited him over to his place in America and everything else. So Charles had shown some bad judgments. He was also great friends with the Bishop of Lewis, as was Peter Paul, who admitted abusing boys. He had got a caution from the police for that. Charles continued to associate with him after he received a caution. And when he spoke to him many years later, he said he didn't understand what a caution was. I find it very difficult to believe he didn't understand what a caution was.
So that leads to my next question then. With Andrew and Charles, is this the case sometimes of stupidity and ignorance, or not caring about the misdeeds of, say, Jeffrey Epstein?
I think it's willing to see people through the prism that you want to see them through, as opposed to the prism that actually exists, and not being prepared to listen to other people who have your best intentions at heart and are prepared to tell you the truth. To ignore that because it doesn't suit the image you've created in your own mind. But I mean, the reluctance of kings, if you like, or of dictators around the world to listen to advice is legendary, and quite often, of course, in medieval times and onwards, and including with dictators now in different parts of the world, if they are told what we don't want to hear, then the person who tells them is quietly disposed of.
With Andrew, though, I suppose you can't really plead that kind of ignorance or wishful thinking, because he was allegedly engaging in the very activities that we know Epstein was doing.
Yes. Well, I mean, as I understand it, Prince William, was pretty anti his uncle and wanted him kept out of the loop. And I think Harry was also the same mind, which Charles, who was more willing to tolerate his brother.
Wow, that's interesting. So and why might that be? Because I have heard that, Andrew, aside from the Epstein allegations, is also a pretty horrible character. Just that's the opinions of
Well, Andrew is horrible to his staff. I mean, the legendary, the Gucci staff, a shout of police officers when you arrive at Buckingham Palace, and out of Buckingham Palace, and the gates weren't open immediately. He would then abuse the police down the phone. The famous episode in Windsor Great Park where the gates didn't open, which has been humorously called Gate. When he, rather than just taking a short detour to his house, ran these gates until they opened with his Range Rover, caused, I think it was £80,000 damage. This is a taxpayer picked up because it's money paid for the Crown Estate, and the Crown Estate is that they kill the Crown Estate's profits, which goes to the Treasury.
I suppose we should get into what Andrew had actually been doing on Epstein Island, or what we imagine he's been doing. What's actually going on?
Well, that's entirely clear what's been going on. We have various accounts which are contradictory. His own account, of course, is the kind of man, well, excuse, I know nothing, which bears little scrutiny, to be honest with you, because he's been photographed with Epstein in New York and Central Park, apart from anything else. We know from the plane logs he's been to this island of his, this reputable island on on many occasions. The latest information came out suggests he's received massages regularly at his house. So all those have been put in the public domain. Virginia Giuffre, of course, has made many allegations. Andrew denied them vehemently. He then paid her off with the £12 million. I have to say it's quite extraordinary. £12 million to a woman you've never met, which is allegedly what he's doing. I've never met Prince Andrew, so actually give me £12 million as well. So I mean, the whole thing, you just stick to high heaven, to be perfectly frank with you.
How much is £12 million for a man like Andrew?
Well, it's difficult to know because, of course, the royal family keeps their money details very secret indeed. And when parliamentarians try to find out how much the royal family has, they're not told because the royal family always pleads poverty. We're running out of money. We have to sell a castle or something. And then Parliament says, well, how much have you got? I mean, we don't say. So they never reveal this. And they've accepted themselves largely in the Freedom of Information Act, so we can't really find out. It's quite extraordinary and unbelievable, really, when you compare our monarchy with other monarchies, in terms of how secret we are and how rich we are. But Andrew was making a comfortable living, I think, from his activities with dubious dictators around the world. I've checked them all out in my book, in the chapter, The Grand Old Duke of Sleeve, with various countries that were all unpleasant. The dictator that he had permission to be associated with them and spending time with them. We know of particular instances when he was offered large-scale commissions up to £3 million in one case, just to make a couple of phone calls or getting a couple of emails. So it doesn't do very many of those for them to bring the money in. The reason we don't know definitively is because, of course, Fergie, his other half, who's never quite married to him and never quite divorced either, she's like a colander. You pour money in at one end and it goes out the other end. So she's legendary for spending money. So quite how much money he's got, we don't know. They did manage to buy this ski chalet in Switzerland. I think £17 million thereabouts. One wonders how they managed to afford that because officially Andrew's income was, I think, the Queen £150,000 a year and £20,000 for a naval pension. That does that up to a ski chalet in Switzerland. So you have to wonder where the money came from. Has never been properly explained. He did, of course, manage to secure a loan or a grant of money, a donation for Epstein to help pay off Fergie's debts in about 2009, 2010. When this was put to Sarah Ferguson, she said, "Oh yes, well that was a mistake, a grotesque mistake, and I'll pay it back." Well, in 2015, she was after she paid it back, and she made no comment. So I have to assume she hasn't paid it back.
So what was that? Was loan? Did you say
that was to help pay off her debt? Sarah Ferguson was always in debt. She always spent money like water.
And they got a loan from it.
And she got either a loan or a grant of money from Epstein. I don't think it's ever paid back.
Well, once that starts happening, once you're in the pocket of, I mean, that sort of implicates her in the whole.
Well, it does. And well, we know as well that there's been episodes where she has sat down with journalists, effectively, closet journalists who are running a scam and asking for £500 million for access to Andrew. That's been filmed. So she's not averse to selling the royal family for money, as indeed Andrew was.
And Prince Harry, but we can get into that in a bit with regards to selling information to his family and by writing his book, I think. But that's interesting. I mean, are the kids then victims? He's got, what is it, 2 kids, is it?
Well, I mean, the kids aren't the fault of their parents. That's the case with those 2 daughters, and it's the case with any children. You can't label the sins of the parents and put them on the children. So I think that's why I can tell that they're not guilty of the sort of things that their mother and father have been doing.
It must be a very difficult time for them.
Well, I'm not sure it's terribly difficult. They are in their old family, they've got plenty of money, they've got plenty of connections. I mean, I'm not really crying my heart out for them.
They're still people, though, and that's what we're used to. You're born into that, you're sort of used to that status, and all of a sudden in the papers everywhere, your father's linked to the worst possible thing in the world.
Yes, it's not great having your dad linked to something like that. That's certainly true.
Yeah, I feel a bit sorry for them. I don't know too much about them. Was it Eugenian theatre? I don't know. I feel a bit I don't know about them.
I think if the door was open for them as a consequence of their role connection, so it worked both ways.
It does, yeah. But even to think back on that, you'd be aghast, thinking, a lot of the stuff that's happened in my life has been exposed to Epstein.
Well, I think that's pushing it a bit far. I mean, they would have got all doors open to them whether or not their dad was associated with Epstein or not. I mean, that would happen automatically as members of the family.
What are the ramifications for Andrew? Because you mentioned firstly, okay, now this has been brought up again and Charles can't quite bring him back into the fold. But can Boyles be investigated the same way the rest of us can?
In theory, apart from the king can be, because in theory, every action taken by the police or by the courts is done in the name of the king. Hence, the Queen is a giant diverse and so and so. You can't prosecute yourself when the Queen's stopped for not wearing a seatbelt in her car as when she was driving. She couldn't be prosecuted for it. In theory, she could have murdered someone and not be prosecuted for it. Any member of the royal family who is not the monarch is a normal citizen and can be prosecuted for anything which they have done. It's up to the police to investigate it. Of course, the police have been extremely reluctant to investigate anything to do with Andrew. They've been asked a number of times by me and by Graham Smith of the Republic Group and by others, and they've not chosen to do so. As far as I'm concerned, the case is closed. It's embarrassing for them to look into this. I asked the police to look into an instance where we had written evidence that Michael Fawcett, acting on behalf of Charles, is extremely close friend and associate Michael Fawcett, the man that Charles cannot do without. The letter from Michael Fawcett to a Middle Eastern gentleman, basically offering help with nationality and help with honours in return for a donation to the Prince's charity. That is a contradiction, in my view, an offence under the 1925 Honours Act to sell honours. I reported that to the police. You couldn't get a more black and white case. I had to keep pushing them. I don't know if you know the phrase in railway terms, dead man's handle. The dead man's handle of the train is where the train driver had to keep his hand on the handle. And if he has a heart attack, he falls backwards and the train stops because the handle comes back.
Yeah, okay.
And dead man's handle, it was like that with the police. They keep pushing this handle to do anything. And eventually they turn around and say they weren't going to do anything with it. So, you can't get a more open and shut case in my view than that. So they don't want to investigate people like the Rolls because they are famous and it's embarrassing for the police. They don't want bad headlines. So much easier to pick on someone in Peckham, isn't it, than pick on someone in the royal family. Yes, they are legally subject to the law, same as everybody else, and the police ought to bear that in mind.
Have you had anything further than pushback over the years, like talking about the royals, like talking about their crimes and things like that?
Well, I mean, obviously, I'm not flavour of the month with Buckingham Palace. On the odd occasion when I've met a member of the royal family, they've generally been quite keen to ignore me and pretend I'm not there, which I find quite amusing. When I was made a member of the Privy Council, which required me to kiss hands with the Queen, which I thought was quite funny. I'm sure I was wondering why I was there, and she was wondering why I was there. But other than that, I can't remember the royal family. He was quite pleasant to me. It was Charles. And when I met him, he was quite engaging.
Did you kiss her hand, the Queen?
Yes.
Did she kiss yours?
No, it doesn't work that way.
You should do. You should do. Well, bloody hell. So, okay, still just on Andrew for a moment. I'm trying to work out, is he a complete idiot? Is the guy just a complete
idiot? He's not very bright. I mean, look,
Yeah.
he's not very bright. He's very rude to the staff. It's not very long.
Yeah.
He's very unpleasant to people.
Teddy bears?
Yes, I mean, he's not quite all there, is he? I mean, he has these teddy bears lined up in his room. I forgot how many, it's 64, I think it is. They all have to be lined up in exactly the right way, in the right place. When a new member of staff comes in, they give them a day's training on where the teddy bears go.
Shut up.
No, they are. He had at his house, which is shared with Bertie, he had a toilet all over the place. God save the Queen, he pulled the paper out. I mean, he's not really all there, is he?
Doesn't seem like it. And like some of the lies he came up with to cover himself, I don't sweat.
What is he talking about? Well, of course, and Pizza Express. He's not terribly bright, and it shows, I'm afraid. If you're going to be a liar, you're going to have to be a good liar. And I'm afraid he isn't. On the Pizza Express one is another example where the police are being deliberately unhelpful because they know where he was that night. Because they have a security detail at the time he was given security, I don't know for those building years, he was given security cover at that point, as he's working royal. And these records from the police are not thrown away, they're kept for decades. So they know from the security information where he was that night. Now I asked the police where he was, and they wouldn't tell me. And this police said, oh, we can't reveal it because it has security implications. No, it doesn't. It's 20 years ago. And it's a member of the royal family no longer working role. Why is that security implications? It doesn't. It's just embarrassing. But they can sort that out now if you want to, the police. It's up to Andrew. If Andrew was genuinely keen to show that he was at Pizza Express, unlike the deal it may be, rather than this nightclub, why doesn't he just say to the police, I give you authority to release that information and you can prove where I was? He doesn't do it, does he?
How optimistic or pessimistic are you that Virginia Giuffre is accused of whatever some justice with regards to Andrew?
Well, I mean, she's reached some sort of deal with him, which involves him paying tribute to those who have been abused, which is kind of odd arrangement. So I don't think that will necessarily go much further. But look, I mean, if it was just Britain, the thing would be smothered over. But you can't smother the American courts because they are not going to worry whether you remember the royal family or not. And the American courts are different. This is not unusual. You go back to the day of Planned Rebel Gates and Mr. Simpson back in the 1930s, which was in those days a big scandal in the country, of course, in association with the divorcee. The rest of the world knew about that. The British papers chose not to report it. It was reported for months and months in the American press. Wow. So if you want to buy a paper in New York and bring it back to London, you can show your friends about it. This idea that you can keep things quiet in this country and somehow what happens in the rest of the world won't be communicated is just naive beyond belief. It's also the case what happened with Spycats, Reverend Spycats. That book written about the activities of MI5 in the 1960s by an MI5 operative. And Mr. Saxon went ballistic and made sure that Spycats wasn't available in this country. But of course, he couldn't stop it being published in America or Australia. And on day one, when that book came out, I got my friend in New York to send me a copy of it. So, we cannot shut that information, which is available outside this country. And that's what the royal family still thinks you can do.
But more you see maybe in America in the inside of the prison cell.
Well, I don't think you'll see that because you have to be extradited for that. There's no way that the British would extradite Prince Andrew. Yeah, and probably the Americans wouldn't ask for it. The government wouldn't probably ask for that. But, Andrew said he wants to cooperate with the American authorities. He said that all the way through. He says that, then doesn't cooperate with them. So if he wants to be keen to clear his name, if he is and he says he is, why does he go and speak to the American authorities? Why does he give evidence over there? Why does he get the police to reveal details where he was on Pizza Express? The things Andrew can do to prove his innocence, he chooses not to do so. You have to ask why.
One interesting fact here is that obviously this has been going on for a few years now with regards to Andrew, and yet we've many of us have been speaking about and reading about another royal, Harry and Meghan in particular. Why do you think that is? Because Meghan, for all her crimes, I've been very outspoken about, I say crimes, I mean her social etiquette crimes. I've been very outspoken about them, I think you have as well. But it's not quite the same level as what Andrew's being accused of.
It's not the same, but Andrew, as well as being involved, of course, in Jeffrey Epstein, which everybody's aware of, he's also been involved in behaving quite improperly in using his position as a trade envoy for this country to enrich himself, to use that position for his own benefit, not for Britain's benefit. And that, to me, in many ways, is a worse crime than what he may have done with Jeffrey Epstein. And he's still not been brought to book for that. There's a lot of my book about his association with dodgy people and how he misused his position. I think that's going to come out. There's going to be more attention paid to that, but I'm not going to let that go because that's an abuse of his position, which he used allegedly working on behalf of the British government and the British people to enrich himself. So there's more from Andrew to come out, in my view, certainly in the minds of the public. As far as Harry and Meghan are concerned, it's not the same thing because that's almost a domestic dispute. I mean, the fact is that, as far as I can tell, Harry obviously had a bit of upbringing with his mum dying in the way she did. It's not very easy being a spare, as he calls himself in his book,
as Andrew is.
As Andrew is, and exactly the same, because that's a very fair comparison, because Andrew used to be second in line to the throne. And he's been going down the charts ever since, as new royals have been born, to Charles and therefore and then to William subsequently. So Andrew's slipping down the chart. Harry's been slipping down the chart. He was actually asked if he minded that. He said, no, it's great. And he may have thought that, he may not have thought that, I don't know. But obviously, in the old days, the second son in the royal family would be sent to run Australia or something else like that, or go and run India or whatever it happens to be. And of course, those options aren't open anymore. So what do? They have to be produced because you need an heir and a spare. If you're a member of the royal family, you have to somebody to take over if the heir disappears for some reason. So that's drummed into the royal family. This is how they have to procreate.
Yeah.
But what do you do with these people when they don't have a role? Now, he's found Meghan, he's found love, as one can tell, and he's very attached to her, and sort of Joe and Yoko way, it seems to me. Reluctant in some ways. But it's not the same as Harry, because what Harry had done is fall out with his family, and perhaps with Meghan's help, draw attention to the cool way in which the royal family behaves, particularly towards women, I think, and particularly towards people who aren't white. And I think Meghan obviously fits both categories. So that's very different. That's a family dispute in a way, very different to what Andrew had done, which is potentially illegal and certainly self-serving.
What I would say though is that Harry and Meghan, in my opinion anyway, they haven't seemed to want to do the duties that are part of being in the royals, and yet, and also wrote a book exposing a lot about them, but continue to use the name the Sussexes.
Yes, well that's where I agree with you, because I mean I don't think anybody should be obliged to be a member of the royal family for life. I mean, why should you have a prison sentence before you're born? And if he wants to opt out of the royal family, why shouldn't he? That's perfectly legitimate. If he wants to live in California, then why shouldn't he? And if he thinks he needs police protection in the UK, by the way, when there's suddenly gun claim in America, well, it's up to him if he wants to reach that conclusion. However, that's all up to him. But I agree with you that you can't go both ways. You're either in the royal family or not. If you're in the royal family, then you have to behave as a member of the royal family is expected to do. If you're out of the royal family, you really can't call yourself HRH anymore, which he does, and you can't expect free travel back to the UK for royal events. You can't expect to have a place of Frogmore Cottage to kind of pop into when you're in this country. Those things have to go.
Yeah, and they've still got their website up, Harry and Meghan's Sussexes website. Yeah. They've still got, she's using it for her coffee company that she's making. It's like the Sussex Coffee Company.
Yes. Well, you shouldn't do that. You see, it's quite wrong to use something which is a public label if you're on private benefit. It's one of the reasons why I've always criticised Charles, who's used a Dutchy label to sell all sorts of bits and pieces. And that Dutchy mark is protected. It belongs to the state. You shouldn't be using that to make profit for himself. So again, the royal family's got form on this. Sarah Ferguson, of course, was busy, helping Weight Watchers and selling. What was she selling? Soft drinks or something. House of Orange giving a new meaning.
Yeah, it's a difficult one, man. Because I suppose like what do they do with their lives? But I just think you want to go into business and do separate things. All right, drop the title.
Yeah, because that's right. But they don't drop the title. The council is just using it because it gives added value to what they're doing. Mm-hmm. Peter Phillips was he caught selling milk in China, and he was using kind of, we drink this milk on an normal steak angle in his adverts. So they're all active.
They are. It does my head in a bit.
But if you've got to a politician, you like the Prime Minister or Keir Starmer or someone saying, going setting up a company and saying, Parliament does this and Parliament does that, and they buy my products. They'd be running out of office, wouldn't they, right away?
Yeah, that's the problem with an unelected firm.
Yeah, you can't get rid of them. You can't sack them.
Does seem a bit mad. How does it work? I suppose I could ask you to be fairly general, but it would, just because it would be difficult to follow, and it is so complicated. How does it work with us paying for the royals?
Okay, the first thing to say is that the royal family in this country costs many, many times more than royal families do in mainland Europe. In mainland Europe, it typically costs between about 5 million and 40 million a year. Ours costs monumentally more than that, in all sorts of ways. First of all, there's a sovereign grant, which is the main form of funding, and it's the one that they publicise as being how they get that money. The civil list that replaced in 2011, they got 7.9 million for the civil list. And last year, the sovereign grant was 86 million. So that's the increase there's been to 2011. More than 10, 11 times the increase, which no one else has had in this country, just the royal family. One of the richest people in the country, one of the richest families in the country, has the biggest pay increase paid for by the public purse. At a time when people are struggling with cost of living, prices when they can't afford energy bill and everything else, they're coining it. So that's the main form of income. But there's all the other hidden forms of income. There's Duchy of Cornwall and Duchy of Lancaster. The Duchy of Cornwall, which is a kind of slush fund for Prince of Wales, produces a profit of over £20 million a year for William for doing nothing. Nice fruit machine. It's called £120 million. Wow. Where does that come from? It comes from the land holdings of the Duchy of Cornwall, which include things like the Oval Cricket Ground as part of the Duchy of Cornwall.
So because they own land, anyone who wants to use that land, it's just
if you rent it out or they get money from rental income and so on. Or people want to use a riverbed which they control and they get money for the riverbed being used. That's the own Oval Cricket Grounds, the Duchy of Cornwall, which is a great way for extra cover for the Prince to hit a tap there for 6 down there. So that gets £20 million a year for the Prince of Wales. The King gets £20 million extra for the Duchy of Lancaster. Both of these duchies, in my view, should belong to the state, and they should be transferred to the state where the rest of the crown, the state land was transferred in 1760. They weren't transferred because they were worthless at the time, and that's the only reason they weren't transferred, because they were worth nothing, and they've now become massive property holdings. So there's those sovereigns. So add the 86 million, add 40 odd million from those two. Then you add all the tax exemptions, which are unique to the royal family. They don't pay inheritance tax. No tax paid when the Queen died. I'm not talking about the state assets like Buckingham Palace. I'm talking about our private stamp collection, our private jewels, and our private racehorses. No tax was paid on that by Charles when he inherited those from the Queen. Why is that? Why have we just thrown away 20, 30, 40 million pounds there tax, which everybody else can pay in the country? Why is it that the Duchy of Cornwall, Charles insisted with a private estate? I don't think it is. He says a private estate, but it's the only private estate in the country that pays no corporation tax, no capital gains tax. So exemption after exemption, tax break after tax break, and you add this up, and add on the security, which the royal family costs, you're probably using something like £500 million a year for the royal family, compared to 5 to 40 for Holland, for Belgium, for Sweden, for Norway, for Denmark. It's bonkers. It's bonkers. It's not bonkers. It's an abuse. It's a total abuse. Yeah. It's an arrogant abuse of an imperial royal family, which is the last imperial royal family in Europe. All the others have become ingrained in the state, ingrained in democracy. We haven't. We still have a national anthem centered around one person. No other country has that. No other monarchy has that. The national anthem should be there to unite the people. In every country it is. But in this, like Canada, oh Canada, every Canada can sing that, and without any worry of what it means, whatever their views are. In this country, you have to first of all believe in God, and secondly believe in monarchy in order to want to sing the national anthem.
And hate the Scots if you sing all the court.
Well, indeed so. Yeah, and indeed, if you went to, I was at the when Charles was not the word inaugurated as king. And he reads out this guff about taking actions against Catholics. It's also still there from 1688. It's all still there. And of course, no Catholic can ever take the throne of Britain.
The weird thing though is, I feel like I don't mind people being, a lot of people are monarchists, royalists, they are in favour of the royal family. And I've heard some good arguments. Stephen Fry did a good video about countries that are the happiest in the world all seem to have monarchies, some of the Scandinavian ones, and Dutch, those kinds of things. And it symbolically takes some power away from a president, for example. You have a prime minister instead. So there are some good arguments for it. But I also just think, okay, but even a monarchist or a royalist could then say, well, yes, but also, why aren't they paying inheritance tax when the rest of us are?
Well, look, there's two things. First of all, you don't. I'm not in favour of a system where the president is also the prime minister. I mean, in the American system, for example, or the French system, I don't think work. You got a separation of power between prime minister and president. The president has the ribbons. That's what happens in places like Ireland or Germany. There's not an issue about that there. The figurehead of the country is totally different from the political leader. So that's actually more normal, etc. But secondly, if you're a royalist, and yeah, I can understand people want to have a royal family, that's fine. But why don't we have a royal family like Denmark or Sweden or Norway or Belgium, where they're ingrained in the constitution, where the King of Norway had to take an oath to democracy before he can take his throne. That's what happens in Norway. Over here, we have to take an oath to the king. It's the other way around.
Yeah, that is nice. That is. Tell me, what was I going to say? Okay, well, I've got one more question, but first I'm going to ask where you want to send people to find your work.
Well, I've issued 3 books or published, 3 books published. The relevant one for this particular interview is, and what do you do? What the royal family don't want you to know,
Yes.
which is full of facts and figures. And I know many people who would say the royal family who change their view constantly reading my book, because you can be in favour of something superficially, when you find out the facts, and you don't become in favour of it. So that's been published by Fireback. It's available in all the bookshops, no doubt, some pretty rookie bookshops as well as through Amazon and everything else. And my other 2 books, just for the record, are Against the Grain, which is my book for memoir, also by Back, and The Strange Death of David Kelly, which was published by Metro in 2007 and still available, I'm happy to say.
Okay, people go and get those books and support my wonderful guest. I want to ask you, who is a heretic that you admire?
Yes, so you gave me warning this question, Andrew, so I had to think about it, and I'm going to choose someone who I wouldn't use the word heretic, but I'd use the word a courageous, inspiring individual who went against the grain, to use that phrase I used a while ago. And I'm thinking of Helen Suzman, who was a South African politician. Now, very few people have heard of Helen Suzman, but what she was in the dark days of apartheid in South Africa, when the whole of the parliament was basically white and male and Afrikaans and horrible and racist to a man, she was elected as a Liberal in Cape Town, and she was, for a while, she was the only non-National Party MP in the Parliament. So, and being a woman as well, and being a Liberal, and being of a view that they were all wrong, and apartheid was wrong, you can imagine that was a hugely difficult and challenging position for her to be in. She also took up on herself not just to represent Cape Town, but to represent all the people she thought should be represented in a democracy, which is all the black people and all the coloured people, the Indians and so on, who were excluded from the system by the Afrikaans majority, and she fought hard to look up to them and to argue for change, and against the most appalling headwinds which she faced. And she never buckled. And I just think that woman was, in that situation, once they're elected, you either cave in and keep quiet, or you stand up and be counted. And she stood up and be counted, and I think she did a fantastic job. So Nelson Mandela was in prison, he couldn't do much. She was inside the system, but my God, she used it as best she could.
I think that's a beautiful answer. I feel that you're emotional just talking about her.
Yeah, I admire her a great deal.
That's wonderful, and she sounds like I need to read up on her. You guys should all read up on her as well. I'll put a link down below, as well as to Norman's work. Please do go support him, a wonderful guest. I'm just going to ask him a couple of questions from Locals members. Do go check that out, andrewbold.locals.com, to see that extra bonus bit. Hit the like and keep watching this.